Ooh.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Ooh.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Huh? Ooh. What the heck? Okay, it's one hell of a start already. Huh. Wait. G? Ah. Oh, I can like quick save here? Ah. Okay, okay. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan? Wait. Waiting to decide my fate. What? Oh, no, nothing. Savior glares. Murder. Damn! Guilty before innocent. The Ace Attorney in a nutshell, though. Wait, is that the ancestral line of all the judges? Or something? Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Also, actually, let me go lower the volume a little bit. I think it is a bit on the loud side. Oh wait, oh what the heck? Wait, why is my thing all the way over here? Okay, I think that's good. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. You gonna go rest? Stay here longer and not feel bad. Alright, Mom. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, though. Take care of yourself. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying accident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. I think this might be a tiny bit on the outside. That's enough. What the heck? Wait, he has a katana? Why does he have a katana? He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Oh yeah, also wait, let me readjust my mic a little bit. Give me a second. There we go. Move it a tiny bit closer. You know, I feel like I should get my controller so I can actually stay comfy with this. Actually, can you do? Nah, whatever. I'll just stick with mouse for now. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Sophisticated? Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around in his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Oh, good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. I'm sorry, I still have the stupid Twitter post on my mind. Eat your fish and chips, Ryunosuke. God damn it, I fucking can't, dude. I can't believe they actually memed it on release day. Well, see you in English class tomorrow. Or tomorrow then, partner. Go straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh. Oh, Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asugi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. So, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks. Or thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right! My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asuge has told you about me. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asuge has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. No pressure. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asuge may have chosen to not tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer. Oh, I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Wait. Huh. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh, of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Look at these guys and their fancy schmancy vocabulary. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Must not be? Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty of for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Something suspicious here? I don't know what you're talking about. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Oh my god, look at his eyes, like, scanning the room frantically. So this is a courtroom. Well, the Supreme Court of, judicature? Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Oh, the powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Buffering? Oh, something happened with my internet? I guess it must be on your end or Twitch's end, maybe. I don't have any drop frames on my end. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, God, this judge. Fucking Winston Payne, dude! Fucking Payne! I mean, I know it's Ace Attorney tradition for him to always be the case one dude, but oh my god. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who is going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who Oh my god. Rule number 1, never defend yourself in court. Have a professional do it for you. Always have a professional do it for you. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get, you off? No, it's not that. Really, it's just... Well, on the off chance things don't go well for me, I can better be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. He worked for Phoenix. Well, that's because he's already an actual lawyer that's not in law school still. How's how you doing, Bretsu? Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly, what I wasn't thinking, I'm not confident at all. The sweaty face. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Or I don't know why I kept saying okay, trying to say that fast is getting me tongue-tied. I'm sorry for mispronouncing. This is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Oh, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. I mean, to be fair, my mind would go blank when I'm in the highest court of all of Japan with my life on the line. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press with the press of E. Why'd they put court record as E? You think they put R for record, not E? God damn it. Just press E. Oh, I thought I could press it right now. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. E. This is the evidence list you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, victim of this case, visiting professor of medicine from the British Empire. Authority in forensic medicine. Okay, John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. John, aka John H. Watson. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason which is the reason this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together, after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Oh. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke? Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Yes. Well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Oh my god. Okay, hold on, I need to turn on the lights in my room. Oh boy. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Yeah, sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be testing on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly. You're the defense lawyer today, not me. But doesn't that mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and... sorry. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru, Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter, at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh. Hey, Patchy. Oh, are you okay, sir? Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. You get used to it. Unspecified anime coughing disease. It's Okita all over again. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Masanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! That was me! Ryunosuke, let him finish. Hold on, let me just clarify something there. While I did pick up a gun that was found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him!
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, not, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, adjust glasses. Interject!
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
you know I gotta go with it. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Masanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Oh, 1 second. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Yeah. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan over to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Oh my god, that coughing loop, dude. At least make a slightly longer loop than that. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in your terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I would be found guilty on one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Death glare. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Migatowa said it, and so was the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the offset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you just going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Okay, wait, where have I seen that signature, like, hand slam? We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor ouchie. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Tis, well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. I still can't get over his name because it's fucking Winston Payne to Ouchie. I love it. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Huh. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great... The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant, Iesa, no, fucking... Oh my god. I hate it. I love it and I hate it already. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon. And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio. Curio Karikuda at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pair. Oh my god. The judge may look a little bit different. Curio Karikuta, Curio Collector. I know, it's so dumb. I fucking can't. I love how the judge has a signature, like, surprise look. It runs in the family. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They may be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Oh, myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at the carnival. Wait, you feel the soldier had something about yes, no, but you don't completely understand the pun? Cause like, you know when soldiers talk to their superiors like, in orders and stuff, you know, it's either say yes sir, or no sir, or something like that. So his name is, they put the I to make it sound like more than the actual name, so it's still Iesa and Nosa for his last name. So it's just, oh my god, I can't wait to see what the other names are in this game, oh my god. Still, it can't be as bad as Sal Manella from the first game, oh my god. It can't be worse than that, right? Oh god. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man is as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. Ah, so this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? Well, if I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Huh? Oh my god. Oh, wait. Wait, no, that's not some fancy thing. He has his baby tied to his back. He has his baby tied to his back. So every time he straightens his back for a salute, his baby cries a little bit from the sudden movement. The dude brought his baby to court. Oh my god. Like it threw me off for a second. I'm like, man, that's some fancy decoration. I was like, wait, that doesn't look right for us with a soldier's uniform. I was like, what's going on here? And then the noise, like, I had to hear it a second time to confirm it. I'm like, wait, it's like, I thought it was like some kind of squeak or something. I was like, no, that's not a squeak. That's a cry. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, we're going pressing on that. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Oh, so he didn't see it himself, but he was looking for that curio that... Huh? Okay, that looks like something we'll have to talk about later. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. That cruel and Oh. The cruel and forgivable enemy. What times we live in when an Englishman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Dude, come on. It's Edgeworth all over again. Why the fuck would you pick up the gun? Like, in any circumstance like this, come on. So, I bent down and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, then there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere within these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, There's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. We didn't even do shit yet! Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did you know? Well, no shit. We're just kind of whispering right next to each other. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness was lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Slap. It's not a desk banger, it's just like a tap. Alright then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. Let's see, I was ingesting a regulation beef steak, let's see, at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while the witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Metaphorically, that is. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the case's defense will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. R for rib.
Yes!
How do you like your steaks? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned. What? I'm just kidding. I was just kidding about the steak. Ryunosuke. God damn it. This beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Huh? Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak could be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet. Oh my god, just we're not scared. Do you not eat food? I guess he doesn't eat this kind of food, but come on, man. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? I didn't read that line. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case. Oh, oops. Sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least we learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy to know what questions to ask. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. This is painful. A Koban boy. Koban. You mean an old, Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value, from the, Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with an item, secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent, cognizance, cognizency, or I don't know, appraise it of its indisputable value being present. So, you're hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You are about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few, sorry. There remain precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. And at that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling, like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. I love how he's doing it. It's 6 a.m. Shouldn't laugh out loud. But that's impossible. I only. Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. And double My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I pick up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've gotten to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Let's see. And from the back.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I just heard enough about your... I've had just about enough of your sauce, Cadet. Sauce? Who else do you see here in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great Empire of Nippon. I love how they just referred to Japan as just Nippon at this, or just like this. You disgust me! What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Well, in that case, check back over the details of the case you've got, evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency with what the witness has, with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
Yes!
On your hands and knees, could you please explain that, please? Oh, well, that's right. Spreading the arthritis I was in order to retrieve, the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? No, Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoero Koban coin. Oh. I just had been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was no more. It simply vanished. A Koban. Vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than. No, it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment the incident occurred. Indeed. Myself, I did not. Come on. Oh, I can actually just press and hold and then... Oh wait, magnifying glass? Hold on. Oh. Okay, let me take a look at that steak. F steak? Wait a second. Okay, one second. I need to prepare for this. The first objection of the game.
Yes!
Or not objection, but yes, goddamn. Why can't you just say objection? What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Fastening some photographic print on my mustache! And... inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out will be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. And there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Man, the military has shit equipment.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Okay, hold on. Because... Take a close look at the prints. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? baby. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Oh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor in this grand courtroom. Yeah. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet, there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor! And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I've already been quite clear. A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you're looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoei era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had been, mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit early to draw a conclusion, but he could have, you know, while he was looking away, snatched the coin, and when he was looking under the table, might have been the one to actually, no, before we even get any further into that, hold on. So wait, where was Nosa and the old man sitting? Oh. So based on this, so it was pointed around, so basically he was kind of facing this direction toward the wall, or kind of like toward this open area here. The baby stole it. I mean, wait a second. What's this little flower stamp? Oh. You can very faintly make out the little ink from the back here. Too bad I don't actually know Japanese, so I can't read it backwards or anything like that. Hey, Origami. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, it is a business card after all. Yeah. But usually when I see any kind of symbols, I'm like, no, there's gotta be a reason aside from the fact it's just a business card. There's gotta be some significance here. This belongs to some kind of secret organization. Nah, just kidding. Yeah, hi, Den Origami. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It will be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as cubicle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. It would seem the straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, tension! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my god, the snot from his nose. Okay, I don't think this family man would be guilty of the gunshot. But he's guilty of theft though. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. Fucking damn. Also, let me take a quick restroom break. Oh my god. God damn it, dude. Okay, I'll be. Oh, whoops. Hold up. I'll just put this right here. Yeah, I'll be right back real quick. Shouldn't take too long, so one moment. Alright, I am back. Also needs to take this out. Okay. Yeah, that's what I get for drinking a full can of soda during the stream. Also needed to clear my throat as well, so really needed that. Okay, let's continue. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it ain't. Ah, yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Oh my God, is he trying to speak on Yoda or some shit? That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time to confirm that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. These testimonies are certainly Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this the photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Oh, I'm trying to look for anything here. I don't think I see anything here, at least yet. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies that we just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. It's not like Ryunosuke. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. And in your cross-examination, I don't know, Kazuma. No defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? The rules can be so unbending at times. The true culprits. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the fire, Wasn't the precise moment the fire was discharged? It's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we are the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and now. Okay.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Wait. Wait. No, is that just at a... Wait, hold on. Oh no, that is the flower. Okay. I thought it was like some weird thing with the placement of the stuff on the table. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. There's a couple of questions about the situation. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Thought there'd be more people dining there at the time, and someone would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place is almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hot to... Wait. No, wait. That name. Isn't it the name of that once, like, sleazy, perverted looking doctor guy from the earlier games? Wait. Or am I remembering wrong? Wait. The Hada name rings bells. Wait. Wait a second. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Oh, that was Hottie? But you're pretty sure I was on the right tack there? Maybe distant relatives? The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Bruh, you're literally hiding evidence. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence or not? Sure!
Yes!
Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. So wait. So in the original JP text, it was Hada? Ah, okay. So I was right. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Yes. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. That's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Can we not examine that any further? Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Karikura-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Work hard.
Yes!
Yes, it may have been true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bam! A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and found myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Oh, whoops. No, 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 it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. What? Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kawakura-san? Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Okay, yeah, I was wondering. I was like, wait, why can't I examine this report card, dude? Like, it's probably gonna say something about him not being able to eat the steak, or no, not eat the steak. Something about his diet or something. I don't know, dude. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Can we flip the page? By using WASD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the arrow keys, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Oh, it's bent. It says Hana Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Okay. Aren't they all the same? Oh, well, when I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. I never in my whole— he hates getting shots, oh my god. Most people give their right arm to have— sorry. Most people give their right arm to have had only one cold in their entire life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, so then... oh, you have to like click with the left mouse if you just want to go mouse only with this. Oh, okay. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably from a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Oh my god. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient, with a bad case of stubbornness no less, which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the date the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with... Oh. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice. Laughing gas for removing teeth? Wouldn't that make it hard with how much they're trying to laugh and Oh god. How can you win mouth numb? Yeah, if he was eating like a soft food drinking soup, but steak? Nah. Laughing gas knocks people out? Oh. I'll call it laughing gas then. Although that reminds me of when I got my wisdom teeth pulled out. Actually, I don't know what they gave me exactly to knock me out, but then like, it was literally like, when they said they start, I blinked and then I knocked out and then immediately I woke up in a different chair, like with my head spinning. I'm like, oh god. It felt really weird. I can still remember like exactly what happened when I had my wisdom teeth pulled out. Oh dear god. Or like when I woke up, I mean. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Contrary to its name, laughing gas does not make you laugh. Okay, I know this is probably a basic fact that I should know already, but why do they call it laughing gas then? Well, why is it dubbed laughing gas if it does not actually make someone laugh? Couldn't they just literally name it knockout gas or just something more apt or something like that? I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. So wait, nitrous oxide, also called laughing gas, or happy gas due to intoxicating effects while inhaled. So, it's only for like a little bit, or it's only like a little bit of the gas that would induce like said intoxicating effects or laughing and such. Oh, a lot of it, then you get knocked out? Oh. Huh. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Dining all by himself. Yes. Oh, whoops, wrong button.
Yes!
Yes! Raise his hand. Uh, like, like a grade school student still. Gotta work on that table slam, Ryunosuke. Um, well, I think, therefore I am. About what are you, wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Kazuma's headband's too cool. Yeah, we're indoors and it's still waving around. That's how awesome it is. Karakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we are finished here. There is certainly no need to prolong this trial further. No witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Dude, he didn't just slap the table, he slammed it. Oh, it's time. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating, just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while the anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Karakuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. Aww.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh my god. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. Oh my god, Cosmo's so cool, dude. So, having just gotten some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that was me, doesn't it? Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating steak at the victim's table must be... It must be me! An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand! With my katana. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies... You know, I'm just... You know, part of me with him... Sorry. Whenever I see Cosmo putting his finger to his forehead like that, I keep thinking about Edgeworth wagging his finger, all smug. Obviously, you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will be all deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Oh my god, even the baby. High logic. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting! I was just following orders! That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh shit. Oh. What? Wait, what did you just say, Korikuda-san? No. You were just following orders? Oh, now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? Whoa, what?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Where's my slam? Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. That's a nice first trial. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it is proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Ryunosuke, no, but wait, no. Besides the prosecution, the only person with necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... That's not how it works though. I don't know either. Okay, wait. Who... the head... no, wait. Who had the most... Wait, no, we also saw Satoru also hesitate too, so he had to shut up as well. and these two. So that only leaves. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I just want to double check. Well, it's awesome. Yeah, the head waiter had to shut up too.
Yes!
Nah, that's probably not it. What do you make of that? Closure is a closure. Okay, no, so I had the wrong idea. I was overthinking it. So I guess it was the head. Was it? Wait, was it really? No, wait. First mistake. I'm too embarrassed to read any of the text right now. He makes. Oh. I don't know what it is about the prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. Just in case you didn't get the joke, yeah.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? Wait, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Did I miss something earlier? You know, I didn't realize this until just now because, like, again, they didn't give us the feature to rotate, and I didn't think to look back at this. And they wouldn't let me look at the court record when I was selecting the people. Come on. Like, okay, to be fair, they wouldn't let me select, or they wouldn't let me look through the court record. Like, come on, dude. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, that man were truly a waiter. It was a 50-50. Yeah. Cause like, I thought the waiter was also told to shut up too, because he also showed like a bit of like fear, or like, you know, that, you know, signature like reaction of something like that he's trying to hide something. But again, they couldn't let me look through the court record while selecting a person to verify that. God damn it. He was 5-headed acting? Maybe. What? If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real life. Sorry. I thought like for a moment that Audrey is reading. So, the truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the, wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it's because I didn't actually inspect the thing. Dude, okay. There's one thing that bugs me sometimes. I'm like, you have to trigger the flag, and then I'm like, oh god fucking damn Bruh, it's so, oh my god, it's so annoying. I have to remember to trigger the flags by actually examining it, despite me just looking directly at it. Oh my god damn it. Okay. Examine. Come on in. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Hey, there we go. Oh my god. Still upset that I... God
Yes.
damn. A plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude and... Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? The front, Your Excellency. Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Just check the other side of the card. Judge! Oh! That one brain cell runs in the family, doesn't it? Hosonaga-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard of any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh shit. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Okay, so it was about the fact that... Yeah, and not the fact that he was scared. No, he was scared about it being revealed. Duh. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be I was working undercover. Ryunosuke. Oh my god. He's not Detective Gumshoe. Come on. You can give him more credit than that. He is not Gumshoe. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That will be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can't state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But, what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An English woman has been murdered, English man has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as a primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide on how to deal with the situation. Very well then. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we've now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Oh.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Except this medical condition. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Low-key die from tuberculosis. To be continued. Oh, that's why. This is the spot for the autosave. Oh. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. remind Ryunosuke to never play a game of poker. Oh god. Anytime he's bluffing, to just check his armpits, like see how sweaty they are. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Well, forget it, it's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? But that's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along! Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that, except for the business card. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the shot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Couldn't think of it. He said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was the university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure that the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Oh, excuse me. Man, I don't know why I'm real sleeping right now. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria at on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. So that's his game here. Rabble, 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 rabble. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hey Belvin, how you doing? Oh my god, that judge emote. Prosecutor Ouchie. Have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation's founders. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
Huh. Fancy song.
Well, what a delight is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring some English, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions can take place without tea. Oh my god. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we please possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Am I true?
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first! But we're in Japan, we're reading from right to left here, come on! Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Huh. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please?
Oh. I can't read cursive, man.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. Bleh. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh my god. I can't say how enamored he is with like her voice and looks. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim Dr. Wilson at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. Yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you formally to testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Excuse me. I had arranged to meet for a slightly slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. Then they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Bruh. This is a condemning testimony. Yes, it is condemning! No! Yes, no, make up your mind, Ryunosuke. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the Snow White Angel. Oh my god. I'm sure not, even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Point taken. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before I reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses are completely worthless, were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
think she could hide a gun in almost anywhere in that outfit she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up... If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day! You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Huh. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Professor was unable to eat, so ordered myself only a piece of steak. Hughes came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Not long afterwards, Professor's gun shot him. I'm carrying my gun myself, couldn't have been the culprit. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, oh my god, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose the testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Whose side are you on, Kazuma? Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in their testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. The first thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay. Okay. About that beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hata clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here, is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience! I've traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes,
The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Go on. The significance of this statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Oh my god. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beef steak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
So both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. How can you live without steak? And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Meanwhile, in Great Britain, it's like raw fish or raw seafood. Perish the thought. It's like, no beef here. We already had a steak discussion. Yeah. Well done steak is an atrocity in this world. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what
is odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Well, Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutai? 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 I don't fucking know why. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutai. God damn it. Oh shit, dude. Minutai, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? So wait, minutia? That's how you pronounce it. What the fuck? English is weird, dude. I swear to God, this game is doing everything it can to try to expand my vocabulary because I don't know shit, man. Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Don't blame English, it's Latin's fault. I'll never forgive the Latins. Inspector, what did a lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked, and I thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. So the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logic and facts, but in the end it comes to nothing. I'm sorry, I had to do that. No more pretentious accusations. You wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter of, to have no bearing on this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, it's...
Nothing in particular.
The glass? Wait. Wait. So, let's see, the shot happened, she took the glass, put it in her handbag, but what does, so wait, what happened to, wait, so for what reason, some dynamite and lipstick, what's in the bag? The handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
Oh, right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As in, he didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm on the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosmo? Oh, it's getting real bad. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Clearly. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, actually. I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. Oh yeah, that'll fly well in court in general. Oh man, it's like, oh yeah, here's this evidence I forgot about. Oh my god.
This photographic print. How the fuck did you? How the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, you can see through it? Oh my god. What? Wait, what? What is this? Oh, this is gonna be the bigger overall plot here, huh? What is that marking? It looks like of a cow or a bull or something. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. From the plate? Wait, from the plate? I know that the plate had a symbol on it, but wait. Oh! Wait, then. What was his right hand doing resting on the... Huh. Wait, then... He was the one... What? But wait, the only way for... Wait, but look at the angle. If the horns are at, like, the... Like, I forgot what that area of the palm is called, if there's a technical... Or if there's a term for it, but... Wait... That means his right hand was resting... Like... Like, his palm was resting on the bottom of his palm. Wait, that's so... Wait, that's why was he pressing his hand on that like that? That's weird. So then... Wait... Can you have like two things? What do you want, Askel? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Oh, would it be spoiling? I think that would be considered spoiling, like, because trying to speculate on stuff might give me more ideas than I should know as a player. I think we can keep it to after the fact, maybe? Well, I never! You can see right through what's inside! That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there's no need to search a lady's handbag. What a handbag to have, see-through. Yeah, it's just like, well, let me put all my personal belongings in the see-through handbag for everyone to see what's in there, for people to totally not take. Oh man, but hey, it looks cool. I'll never understand fashion, man. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. Also, wait, can I, actually examine the... No, so we can't, like, examine with, like, the, thing there. At least not yet. Not like this. The court has now been shown considerable evidence.
As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Huh? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean... this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hear... Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol in the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response, oh my god, dude. The trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we will see the significant detail to which you have alluded. One final opportunity. Only one.
Yes!
Look at this! Here! There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the lady's, that magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Okay.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Professor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. Oh, convenient. So she would like to know she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case?
To be honest, I don't know.
But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging my grave further, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Okay, no, you can't save from that one. Hit the button!
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Sorry, wrong voice. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be inexcusable.
Actually,
we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the code what you really mean, or exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point, is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I guess it would be some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Meaning, oh yeah, the anesthetic. He couldn't feel the pain of his wrist burning. Oh, that sucks. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been a day before, or a day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. That's what you're thinking too? I was like, yeah, wait. If he has that mark from the plate on his wrist, like, it had to have been burned there, but then it's like, why didn't he, like, you know, when anyone feels burn, feel pain? I'm like, I'm like trying to like search through my brain, and I was like, what did I recently just read? I'm like, oh, duh. But why was the plate in front of him? Yeah, that's what I'm still thinking about too. So then, like, he was the one with the fork and knife and not the lady. So then, you know, he shouldn't have been eating, but was. With the burn. So, we still need to figure out the why. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such as a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, just as the defense pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of the carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves with on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day.
or any before it. Man got hired as a head waiter. Yeah. Hold on, I need to stand up. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on a plate for anything like 3 seconds on that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ouchie? Or, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he had suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. Wait a second. I didn't notice the burn. Yes, the professor being as absent... wait, please tell me this is gonna segue into the anesthetic. Being as absent-minded as usual. Was unaware of his hand falling onto the piping hot plate, and didn't even notice the burn happening. You'd even know the professor, and yet here you are, labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. Huh? How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Well, okay. Man, I had the wrong line of thought selecting that option. Or I had the right line of thought, wrong option. Perhaps the scream you will let out will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frank development between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm being stupid. Yes. Technically local. Oh wait. Oh, I'm getting the order of stuff wrong. Okay. Now I just realized after clicking. Didn't see the nod off. Was this? Wait. Look, I thought that was extremely strong anesthetic. Okay, fine. God damn it. Third sounds a charm. Like, part of me wanted to select the already dead thing at first, but I thought that was like, wait, no. Like, that sounds so illogical. It makes sense for me to pick it first, knowing how this thing works. But I second guessed myself too hard because I didn't want to pick that first because I'm like, no, I don't want to pick that first. I happened to pick all the wrong answers. Oh my god. So, in my mind, I guessed it right, but I didn't actually trust myself. God damn it. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Didn't know this would make a bit of sense with a strong anesthetic. Yeah, because like I thought that, you know, he wouldn't notice it. So then as he was like cutting the steak and stuff for whatever reason he was sitting there, or well, maybe the whole reason he was sitting there could be a different thing altogether, now that I think about it. But yeah, okay, let's just see what he has to say. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's only possible that, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Ouchie. I keep saying professor because of the stupid pro part. Prosecutor Ouchie. It is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had already suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But what? Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ooh. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English. The Queen's English! Oh my god, you gotta specify the Queen's English, oh my god. It's the most refined and elegant language in the world. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Damn! Damn! Dude, what's wrong with speaking Japanese? Hey! But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that all I So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you, with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. God damn! That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history, along with the part of saying how shitty this justice system is. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I had to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh. Forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, not at all, not at all. It is a delight, merely to hear you speak, my dear lady. You have something on your mind as well? Same idea. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination for now. I expect you notice that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Ooh. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, my dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some sort of way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
On my honor, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Let me press the other statements because just in case.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you embarrass me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain so can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter. Exactly as you say, sir. Although... although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at last, or at least, for the benefit of others, it means bless you. Oh my god, Baretsu. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. That doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had been cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on a hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have been already dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, that is the victim. The fact is, the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove this, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the great British Empire, oh my god, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. That carnival was open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. So the evidence that could be there would be probably gone, if any. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital... vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Ah, killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may actually be, he's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she is a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? Do you mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga, the detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, wait. Before this, another quick restroom break, because, again, I've been burning through all my water reading all of this right now. So, one quick moment again. Won't be too long. I'll be right back to finish this off. Alright, I am back. Okay, I need to take this off. Okay. Let me push myself in.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Blah blah blah.
Wait.
Oh. Wait. Oh, is there like a button problem I need to press like during the... okay, they'll probably tell me. Yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand, with Miss Brett as their interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. They brought this mechanic back from Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. I've never played the Professor Layton Ace Attorney crossover game. I really want to though, but I never actually got I didn't give myself a chance to buy it. Although I'm pretty sure I can get in the eShop maybe. And then like if I look up the guide again, I could pull the digital files from my 3DS since I hacked it onto my PC. Although, wait, I'm gonna have to update my 3DS to whatever the current version is, and also update the hacked software. Although, wait, would my 3DS be okay with updating, or would I actually brick it? I need to read up on that. It's been forever since I touched my 3DS, and if I kind of fuck up, I'll brick my 3DS. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch a person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You updated your jailbroken 3DS the other day and it was just fine? I'll probably go do that later. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so I should first move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective, then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Huh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh, what's the meaning of this? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Just a minute. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's stone left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Their time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Oh, whoops. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Dude, how expensive is this fucking carbonated water? Oh my god. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Oh, what? God, I keep pressing on one. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Well, it looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might just have worked something out. An interesting possibility. Oh. Shake the water out. So nothing else in there? Look. It was a possibility that they would have let me shake the water out. No, but that's not it. Some kind of medical treatment. Entry for the day. Professor was killed. Use of anesthesia. Extraction. Had a tooth out. Went for lunch. Had a decayed tooth removed. Probably used laughing gas so you couldn't feel anything. So I hear people talking about this new idea of anesthetics. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain though. Cautionary note at the end from whoever wrote this. It says, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours post... okay, now that's nothing else. Wait. Oh. Well then. It's closed. It's a hat. Okay, wait, so wait, which statement do I need to present the... Okay, wait. Could there be anything in this water? Oh, okay, so we have to present the photo or the bottle on the cheers thing, I think. Or... no, I think we have to show the carbonated water bottle, and then, like, maybe it'll lead into this. I think that's the order here.
Yes!
Shit, the music didn't stop. And I'm wrong. Okay, so... Okay, so, like, I know what I have to present, it's just the statement. Or unless, like, it really was the last statement about the...
Yes!
Oh. So, okay, now it should be... Wait. No, it didn't I already... Wait. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me be thorough about this. Let me press and, like,
Yes!
check the reaction stuff. Oh, so you can... So, like, what happens if you pursue... Like...
Excuse me!
What do you make of that? Okay, so that's what happens if you just, like, pursue randomly. Okay. Does nothing strike you as... Oh. Okay, so I think maybe what they want me to do at this point, I think I'm supposed to press and wait for another actual reaction at this point, maybe? I don't know.
Yes!
So let me go through that whole thing again, because I kind of cut it off. Oh, wait.
Excuse me.
Oh, is I too late on that? Wait, okay, wait. One more time?
Yes!
Oh no, the time about the thing, right? I forgot. I was skipping so much. I was just looking for the reaction, and that was the text. Topping speed run.
Yes!
Great, I don't remember that.
Excuse me.
So wait, is that not... Hey. Okay, so then...
Yes!
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's obvious, but let's see. Oh, it's not autoplay.
Objection! Yes!
Ah, shit. Is the way you're presenting yourself.
Yes!
Wait, so... Wait, one more time? Oh, was I supposed to rotate through all the... Okay, I really hate it when this happens, like, in any Ace Attorney game. Unless, like, this actually isn't necessary. So, that was a great idea of yours. Noticing the detective reacting strangely. Going, What? I didn't know I was supposed to actually, like, go to the very end to get this little extra dialogue. After Wilson was killed around the time the stake was brought to his table by some means and left no physical trace on his body. If you could just demonstrate... That's not what you mean? Oh. And just see what happens. Okay. Okay, don't mind me. We all know, we all expect something dumb like this to happen. Koi literally tells me, look. I don't know what to say about that. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. This is just such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You, little rookie imbecile, had you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever with... It is you who should be silent. Oh, of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Oh, I'm sorry, my lady, but to what are you referring? Oh my god, Bretsu. I describe your police as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of any poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Oh, but of course, dear lady. The pleasure was all ours. You expected that? Yeah. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if it was poison. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no.
I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Excuse me.
Hold it!
Oh. Please, wait. Huh? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato, Mikotova, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotova? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. The save. Oh my god. Part 3, here we go. No, we're finishing this case. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman. Whoa. Come on, dude. The rule states that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. What the fuck? Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But Your Excellency. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? Can we slap Ouchie? Sure. I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle's research, Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research or whatever it is have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. The special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard of that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the room. Oh my god! There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, if you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I asked the prosecution and defense now one last time. Reported unknown poison? Yeah. I mean, he, like, the inspector did note that, like, we test for every known poison. I'm like, bro, that is such an obvious development. It's like, but we looked through all the ones we know. I was like, yeah, but she was also studying medicine. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Immediate paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. Route of entry, aforementioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body's paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Now look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Oh my god. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Whoops.
Yes!
Mr. Zalebrett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Umeå University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it!
You wouldn't have done. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I mean, you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has been long used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Breath?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I wouldn't notice a disturbance like that. Huh. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that QR was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
Well, sorry. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all. Hold on. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe that it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments will be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
Oh, how about we try a drink?
Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, and you must be taught some math. It is you who must be taught.
Oh, of course.
Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act! Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a mere moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Oh shit. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Ah, yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This does not make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. But how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have been keeled over and she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We all have the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it is in need of a good stating. As it is dark your uniform in the ways of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was funny. This whole trial is poison. I thought that like we're gonna go like a roundabout explanation about that bottle, but or like maybe a different bottle, but oh, 50-50s, man, goddamn. The culprit did put cure poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to, assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this, supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Has to be.
Yes!
Ah, shit. I thought like the poison would have been. Actually, no. Sorry, I should have thought that there. I thought the poison would have been on the glass and not in the bottle per se. So there would have been traces or. No, never mind. I'm stupid. The wretched accused. Okay, hold on. I need to do the Ace Attorney classic. Let me save. The badge. Okay, wait. Let me take another look at the Oh, whoops. Toxin, crab application. Wait. A solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result must be found first. No, no. Oh my god. Badge. How the witness was able to supposedly drink this unscathed.
Yes!
Yeah, well, at least we could get to see what the game over is. I'm now satisfied that no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. The defense has consistently failed to refute adequately the assertions of the prosecution. Accordingly, I hereby announce this court's final verdict. I find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo Officer, restrain the accused and send a telegraphic communication to Great Britain without delay. The accused will not be granted the right to appeal. That is all. Court adjourned. Ah, okay, so that's what it looks like when you lose. Okay, so let me actually think it through now. Oh, wait, they give me all 5 back? Bruh. So wait, what did I present already? So I presented the handbag and the bottle. A refresh in HP. Okay, so... I mean, I'm pretty sure I had to present the research journal again, I think. Or... was it this picture? Also, is there anything else here? I don't think so. Oh, okay, you know that. At this point, we're just gonna do process of elimination.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That is not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Be honest, I'm just reading Societal Sun's notes. I can concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Okay, definitely not that. So is it the characteristics or the... A solution cause must be found first. As an anesthetic. So wait, so how can they possibly drink this and come out unscathed? Practical applications. It's written right here. Oh, damn it. Oh wait. Okay. I thought when I thought when I saw the line, I think I'm like, oh, this is gonna be some roundabout way for me to lose the line. I always have second thoughts, like every time like I see like anyone second guessing those. I was like, it's this. I think you think penalty. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, let me read that then. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect. That's... Oh, okay, yeah. Now he's full of shit.
Objection!
Yeah, but my hunch was right. This is like, I think I'm like, oh shit, wrong one. Read properly. So I'm guessing it's supposed to be like the application of the wound thing, okay. Good advice. We've been hearing a lot about this Curar poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh? Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But If they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper right here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kiara enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kiara's special characteristics. You knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be after you reload your save. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I feel that... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kiara is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah! That's right! Good gracious! That's basic science, science that even the schoolboy should be able to understand, no? The bullet was laced with poison, I knew it! Order! Order in the court! Order! And besides, they said the bullet didn't pass through, so we could just, you know, do a little bit of surgery, take that out, and see if there's any trace of Kiara, right? The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drink the same poison, they will be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes! This Kiara poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's like a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more like anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Oh, he said the thing! He said the thing! I don't think so, Miss, Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless while ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the cure? So, wait, am I supposed to show the postmortem? I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to show this because of the bullet, right?
Take that!
Take that! Oh! Wait, what? Oh, I guess I'm showing this too early. Okay. Oh, wait. So, wait. I guess they mean for me to present the notebook to say to show the hunters thing, and then we segue into the. What? I'm sorry, Asko. God damn it! Like I'm jumping ahead with like the evidence because they want me to present the other stuff to lead into the thing I'm thinking about. I got the right idea, but the game wants me to show it in a specific goddamn order. Had a wound inside his mouth. Oh. Okay. You don't have to spell it out for me that easily. Oh my god. I was thinking about the bullet too much to remember about the stupid dental appointment. Okay.
Take that!
As Miss Britt so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it as is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound on the inside of the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You'll see, when you leave the vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was any poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day, using Cure! And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? Also, we should fucking arrest her for destroying actual evidence. What the fuck? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? You lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, but... So if there are any clues left us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing that you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but... I didn't manage to notice that this one was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt? Every color. Bruh. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Nah. It's like, there has to... Nah. Hey Natty, how you doing? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Also, wait, was there really a blood splat that we couldn't really see from the... Okay, there's like a very slight shade of gray, but we can't tell shit from black and white, dude. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence! Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. A clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Bruh. It feels like it's so obvious that it shouldn't be, even though they pointed it out literally right here. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! The fork is looking sus, wait a second. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of the steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute!
Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate, was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Ooh. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. A steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Touching a crime scene is a crime in itself. Yeah, just let it slide for now. Like, this country is still developing its, like, crime laws and everything. It's a very new concept in the land of Japan. Too damn new. They don't even know the concept of preservation of the crime scene. As well as, you know, not destroying evidence in the middle of a fucking trial. Japan America? No, it's quite literally Japan. Quite literally Japan. Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood? No blood anywhere? But no, that's not impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it.
It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of on the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god, this lady is so racist, dude. I couldn't agree more. Ouchie, my dude, come on. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Then let's pretend, this let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking state reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Well, thank you for giving us a second chance. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Now, let's see. Wait, what? Wait, how'd they slip the coin? Oh, okay, this was not, okay. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is, from the, Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time there's been talk about Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That'll make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. It's the wrong plate. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. So wait, during the Meiji period, if a Western person committed a crime or a crime was committed against a Western person, the crime would be subject to foreign adjudication rather than Japanese adjudication, if I remember correctly? Huh. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Well, I mean, there's the coin. Unless, like, let's see. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Hey, don't diss a good steak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Precisely where on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Right here? Huh? What is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... Oh wait, whoops. I meant to press the... Wait, what's the present button on the mouse? Cause like, I thought like clicking it again, I was like, no, that re-examined. Oh, it was 1704 to 1711? Huh.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... So wait, it's moving down to the... Oh, I literally had to click like the present thing like right here instead of like... Okay, yeah, because it's examining, but I thought like if I like right clicked or something like that, it would like left click would be examining, right would be presenting or something. I don't know, dude. Well, okay. Look, Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered on the restaurant, or at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. Dropping a antique coin on a plate of beefsteak. Okay.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you no one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes,
It's obvious there's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beef steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kurikura-san. Kuri... isn't Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Wow! Ah, yes. Did I misread it? Kiri? Yeah, my bad. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. No gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoiara Koban, my prized coin. Then, this Hoiara Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
Cucumber Pyre is because Kuri means cucumber? Huh. No. How would Kurikuda-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense.
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Oh my god, how many people can we fit here? What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we are, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this, Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurikuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever— Wah! Yes! That's it! That's the one! That's the very one! The very exact one that is! Wait, Oh. Well, Rhypnosis foot. Oh god. The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones matcher misplaced that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who could have done such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Nosa? 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 A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a massive thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the massive thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuda-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? So wait, yet?
Take that!
Oh, you can actually press that, huh? Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's you're blaming your fucking baby. You will push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who is the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Aww. Whoa! Oh, okay, I'm not reading that shit. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Well, huh. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in Supreme Court, sir. Squiggly mustache. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those that it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I've heard it's quite hard for lower-ranking officers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant. That place is heaving with money! Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target! And I enjoy chomping on my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the stake halfway through, sorry. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! So how they localize this game? How? I'm not sure about the team behind it. All I know is that the announcement just kind of came up. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Previous Ace Attorney games were notorious for Americanizing the localization. This one just plain takes. Wait. Oh, that's what you mean by how they localized it. Localized it takes place in US, JP, and JP one takes place in JP. Yeah, the lore or the localization for like the English stuff for Ace Attorney, it's kind of like it taken on like its own lore in its own right, with like the differences in like the names and all that stuff coming from the original to the localized text. Is it weird? So far, major characters have their names unchanged. Yeah. Perhaps you can carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Maybe esteemed gentlewoman, please be excused, your excellency. Indeed. The theft of the kobold was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. But of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly. Something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it, without using a fork and knife. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Well,
Take that!
the photographic prints of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unusual? Unusual? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Yeah, that is... no knife would cut like that. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah, oh. Ah. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything while using a fork and knife, then there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Oh, of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had been allegedly been eaten with cutlery. And the reason why the bloodstains I saw somehow seem to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. Whoa. How can you be so sure? Oh, but it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't even been brought before the court yet. It hasn't been? What? Well, just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The evidence has read several hours already. Meanwhile, Rio trials take like over the course of like what, several weeks, if I remember correctly.
I'm not sure how this works, but...
And you say there's evidence to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
yeah.
That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Mr. Korakuda-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put under the coin under, or you put the coin under, in fact your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in Imperial Nippon Aries, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. So in other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates. After it happened.
Why does it call it Imperial Nippon Army instead of Imperial Japanese Army? At least I don't think so. I think they just kind of left it there. I mean, I don't know the exact reasons, but I don't mind. Nippon is an older term for Japan.
When I saw the civilian been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With my military precision on time, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You couldn't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Oh, unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swung on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve... that to preserve evidence, you'd taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court right now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way through this, or out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the stake pen promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! There it is. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Clean cut and blood. Here is the other steak on its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Why is the defendant defending himself and not the actual defense attorney? I mean, we're the defense attorney. We chose to represent ourselves because we're dumbasses and we follow the professor's advice. And what was it? And our friend is our assistant in this case, despite being the actual, like, lawyer with experience. Yeah, Asagi wouldn't be able to go to Great Britain if he lost this case, so Ryunosuke offered to represent himself instead as the lawyer, and Asagi the assistant and not lawyer. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you see on the side of this plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one other person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Outdone by a Japanese? Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Yeah! Oh. Oh. Oh my. Oh, it's pecking at the little finger. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Looks like a normal freakout every Ace Attorney suspect does. She has gone further beyond and actually ascended. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curar. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for extraction on one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because Cure is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. Did I play every Ace Attorney game beforehand? Not every game. I have not played Spirit of Justice or Dual Destinies. I have not played Miles Edgeworth 2 because that one has still not been officially localized, only the first game. So I've played the first 3 games, Apollo Justice and Miles Edgeworth. So those are the only ones I've played through. I will place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Oh wait, oh, someone fan translated the Miles Edgeworth 2 game? Or Miles Edgeworth 2 game? Huh. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Cure in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh, under your skirt? Saul was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would have noticed it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was a culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my Misdemeanor? Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Huh? Sometimes she's gonna get away with this because she's a foreigner. Somehow, still. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. I love how Ryunosuke had to dip out of the way so he wouldn't get slashed. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. The use of facts and logic is a modern methodology. Oh my god. Oh my god. We really are a barbaric state. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are oh my god, I swear to God, are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Actually, I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes. In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Woo! Instead of confetti, it's flower petals. Woo! Okay, that's a nice touch. This court is now adjourned.
Gumshoe's ancestor confirmed to be a soccer tree.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial!
Ryunosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
Oh no, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place at Yuma University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All of your hard work has certainly paid off.
Oh. I thought the professor was, Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much!
If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father?
Ah yes, of course.
So how much of this game do I know of? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Did I watch the trailer? I mean, I saw the reveal during, I think it was E3? Or something like that. So that's about all I know.
Speaking of Mikotoba...
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo?
You did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor. Oh no. It is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it?
So I don't know how the future trials will look? Oh yeah, of course, like, I wouldn't have bought this if I, like, had prior knowledge to this game. I would have just, like, I would just toss on my arms and say, screw it, I'll just watch a playthrough. But I really want that feeling of playing through an Ace Attorney game again, because it's been years since I played any Ace Attorney game, and replaying any game I've currently played, or I've already played, just wouldn't feel right. Although I did read a passing comment about some people being disappointed in Case 2, but I immediately, like, closed that tab I was looking at, so I wouldn't spoil any further surprises or have any more expectations beyond that. But yeah, it's been really hard to, like, look around without people making passing comments about certain things about this game, but I've been avoiding most of the major stuff. But yeah, I've been avoiding any, like, even speculation, except for that one small sentence right there about Case 2. And it wasn't really much, it was just a case of, man, I didn't really like Case 2. I'm like, oh. Case 2? Yeah, the more I'm hearing about Case 2, I mean, it's already setting some bad expectations, but we'll see. Like, when it comes to me and anything story-related, I would say my standards are set quite low for what would be considered good. Compared to, like, what I've seen some other people say, man, this story is garbage, or not, like, too nonsensical, or something or another. And yet, like, when I read through the same thing, I'm like, I thought that was fine. So, we'll have to see where it lies on my personal scale.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a very long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, in medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. Seeing what happens, or what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. What, so you just toss it up in the air and where it lands is where you need to go? And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face a trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I am certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature in our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody to Miss Brett. Or of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I've no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Rinosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start by having fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To the carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Oh, of course, the carnival's food is second to none! I shall go too, and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma, Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer. Not me. What? Come on, don't be serious. If I helped you today, I was only right at the very start of the trial, but you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. And that's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most, crucial weapon is, that any lawyer needs in order to win? Hold on. I remember at the end of every Ace Attorney case, you gotta present something for a little extra cutscene. Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? Believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it. Sorry, let me stand up. I've been sitting for 6 hours, dude. To stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Oh, what? Oh, whoops. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, actually. Something very important to me. It sounds serious, what is... you're still here, aren't you? Or are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. You should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Migatoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. End. Hooray! We did it. Okay. My voice, or what was it? I really need to get some water. My vocal cords are shot for the night. I can really feel the strain from reading all that. Oh my god, dude. I ran out of water during at the beginning of part 3, so my throat is I'm really thirsty, dude. You don't want to see case 2?